Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are Florida.
Downtown Miami, this weather has been spectacular, and once again the roof wide open at Marlins Park. The Cardinals have been spectacular of late, and the Marlins need a bounce-back win tonight. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Todd Hollinsworth. Welcome to Miami. The Cardinals are hot right now. They find themselves in first place in the National League Central with all the injuries the Marlins have suffered. Don Mattingly today said the Fish just have to hang in there right now.
Well, they do, and that's just what you do when you get injuries on your team and you're kind of leaning on your role players. You just kind of rally around each other, and you look for the Marlins to do that tonight. A good start would be a good kick in the right direction right now. If they can come out, score a few runs early, maybe get an early lead, see what might happen.
Maybe get some guys on base in front of Marcell Ozuna.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Because he's smoking hot right now.
Yeah, he's really swinging the bat, and that's exactly what you're going to see with a newly configured lineup tonight. But for Marcell Ozuna, he is on everything. You've seen power to all fields, and a lot of times his at-bats are one swing, so tune in and don't miss it, because if you do, they're going a long, long way, and we'll be the ones telling you about it.
All right, you could talk hitting all you want. Ozuna obviously hot last night with a couple of home runs. He's got 5 homers in his 10-game hit streak, but it starts with starting pitching. Dan Straley gets the ball tonight. In this ballpark, he's been much better. Why?
Well, you see that ERA, 2.87. Well, the two things that really stand out, when Dan gets into trouble, usually walks are involved. And on top of that, again, he's only given up 20 hits on the season. That is a very small number, outstanding number. But of those 20 hits, 12 have gone for extra bases, including 5 homers.
Now, the Cardinals have been able to get to first place despite the struggles of this man. And it feels strange to say those two words in the same sentence, struggles and Wainwright.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's actually been better with the bat than with the ball in hand. The thing that really stands out, there's 2 words. It's either efficiency or command. I'm going to go with fastball command right now, has been his struggle. 49 hits in only 30 innings.
2 big injuries on Sunday for the Fish and some other moves today. When we get back, we'll go through the entire roster move and the implications and the frustrations, that's for sure. It's the Fish and the Cardinals. We are moments from first pitch. center field, Jeff Conine, Craig Minervini. Gentlemen.
All right, Rich, you got us all covered there. And hi again, everybody, for the Marlins. A couple injuries to talk about first and some roster moves as well. What is the ramification of losing a Rojas and a Prado nearly on the same day?
Well, two key injuries. Martin Prado, your captain, the rock over there at third base, the rock inside the clubhouse, and probably the most versatile guy you have in the infield, especially Miguel Rojas, sorely missed. Both those guys are going to be.
And Rojas making a statement to be a regular guy who's been that good this year, no matter where you put him. We talked with both of them today.
It's really rarely that guys just pull the same hammy on a different spot. So.
And did he give you any timetable?
No, I don't know. They say like, took me 3 weeks to start doing activities with the grade 1. So I don't know how long it's going to take this one.
Yeah, around 6 to 8 weeks or something like that. So it all depends how quick I can get out of the cast.
So have you already done the calendar in your head, 6 to 8
yeah,
weeks?
Of course. I always think positive, and I just gonna put the timeline on my head so I can come back sooner than later.
All right, so in the meantime, here's the moves. Conley goes to AAA New Orleans. Don Mattingly said he just wasn't good enough up here. Rojas, the 60-day DL. Prado, the DL a day before. And those two guys are back up with the Marlins.
Yeah, Tomas Talis and Tyler Moore gives the Marlins a 5-man bench for the first time this year. Tyler Moore, some much-needed right-handed pop off the bench, and Tomas Talis, the third catcher and a switch hitter, so gives Don Mattingly some flexibility.
All right, and that helps the manager too, don't you think, having the 5-man from a different perspective?
Yeah, I mean, you can make moves earlier in the game without having to know that you're going to run out of personnel late in the game, or if your starter doesn't last too long.
Now you don't have to force a double switch early.
You don't have to let a reliever hit.
Yeah, that's true. They're getting a lot of
Ellington
at-bats.
did last night.
Good point. All right, ball game coming up. Game 2 of the 3-game series. The Cardinals playing some very good baseball. Adam Wainwright has struggled. Marlins hope to keep that part of the tune alive with Dan Straley going for his second win. Next on an Email Twitter Tuesday in Miami.
Florida is brought to you by Southwest, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. By Jeep, great deals on the Jeep lineup at the Jeep Spring Clearance Event. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Inside Marlins Park, Cardinals and Marlins. Game 2, 3-game set. All Cardinals last night, and they are hot. Good news, Carlos Martinez is not in the lineup. Southwest Airlines brings you the Cardinals. Colton Wong, Randall Grichuk. Matt Carpenter is hot. He's at first. Jed Jerko at third. Yadier Molina, Aledmus Diaz, Tommy Pham, Magneuris Sierra. Bad news, Adam Wainwright is hot as well. He's hitting .364.
Well, there you go. Dan Straley making the start tonight for the Miami Marlins, making his 7th start. He's been outstanding at home, a little rougher on the road. You see the .465 ERA. What stands out? Well, in those 31 innings, he's walked 17. But guess what? He has not given up many hits, only 20. So he's been I'm not going to dare use the word unhittable. But again, walks have been a bigger issue than hits he's surrendered during his starts.
So Dan Straley, who saw the Cards a lot last year, kicked that rosin bag to the back of the mound, says home plate umpire Andy Fletcher, and away we go. Straley, of course, a Red last year, same division as the Cards. And a low fastball catches the knees and the plate. And it's strike one to the red-hot Colton Wong, who's hitting 13 straight, was 1 for 4 last night. And Wong takes a rip at it, and it's 0-2. The damage early for the Cardinals was all Martinez, the Cardinals starter last night. 2 hits and 4 RBIs, his first 2 at bats. And then the rest of the Redbirds got going, and Mike Matheny's group ended up putting 9 runs on the board on 10 hits, and Martinez ready if needed as a pinch hitter. Wong, little dribbler, and Real Muto has it in foul territory. And the count 1-2. And of course, the Cardinals have won 4 straight. They're 3 over now. And even though they're not tearing it up record-wise, they are a half game ahead of the Reds, who lost to the Yankees last night. The Cubs are a game back, 16-15. Mike Matheny's group unaccustomed to not making the playoffs, and they did not make it last year. That one fouled back to the screen.
They're playing their best baseball of the season right now. They've won 14 of their last 19. And over that exact period of time, that's actually the best record in baseball. So they are, in a lot of ways, playing their best baseball of the season after that 3-9 start.
Check swing. Did he go? Yes, that's a swing. Wong is running. Real Muto is throwing. And there's 1 out. Miami defensively, an off night last night for a team that's had a good year so far.
The Marlins defense, needs to get it in gear. It's certainly one thing that stands out for area of improvement over the last couple games. Ozuna, Yelich, and Stanton is your outfield. Dietrich, Echeverria, Gordon, and Bohr. Real Muto behind the plate. Dan Straley on the mound.
Don Mattingly frustrated last night in a lot of areas. Defense just one of them. And Grichuk swings and misses. And of course, the frustrations with Adam Conley today resulted in Conley being sent down to AAA New Orleans. High pop. Dietrich at third. And Dietrich makes the catch. Now the Marlins have an off day on Thursday, so there's no need to find a replacement as far as a starting pitcher with that off day. There's the possibility that Edinson Volquez blister is good and he could go on Saturday. A bullpen session tomorrow should tell them what they want to hear or what they might not want to hear about Wei-Yin Chen. So the rotation spot for Conley to be determined. Jose Urena will make another start. That has been determined. And that's a fastball for a strike.
Certainly based on his last performance, I think that that's one thing that the Marlins want to do is give him another opportunity to go back out there. 6 innings, 6 stellar innings against the Mets on Sunday. Only 1 hit allowed.
Well, this guy's hot too, Matt Carpenter. He's homered in 3 of his last 4. Carpenter, a 3-time All-Star. And as of now, a full-time first baseman. Big shift is on for him, with Gordon deep on the outfield grass. Dietrich swung over. Echeverria at his normal shortstop spot. 2 walks and a triple last night for Carpenter. Straley comes up just a bit short. And the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Carpenter off to his usual start. High on-base percentage, high slugging percentage. Hoping that that maintains itself, the consistency with the transition over to first base.
Carpenter lifts, drives, Stanton there, reaches and makes the catch. Hit it well, Stanton on the track. Cardinals are done in the first. Miami gets their first swings next. Real Muto getting ready to lead it off. No stranger to the leadoff spot. He's been there before. Miami's lineup is brought to you by Southwest, and a big change from Don Mattingly. Real Muto in the top spot. Christian Yelich is in center field. Marcell Ozuna likes hitting third, but Yelich in the 2 spot is key. Stanton 4th, Dietrich 5th, Bohr 6th, Echeverria 7th. The pitcher is hitting 8th, and D. Gordon goes from the leadoff spot to the 9 spot. And they'll be facing this man, Adam Wainwright.
And there he is. He, too, is making his 7th start of the season. You see the 6.30 ERA, uncharacteristic of Adam Wainwright, no doubt about that. 30 innings. You see the 30 strikeouts and 10 walks. Nothing to worry about there. What is alarming, 49 hits allowed in those first 30 innings this season.
Real Muto after the first pitch, and he pops it foul and out of Molina's grasp. Now, a lot of questions for Don Mattingly when the lineup was posted. Obviously with Gordon in the 9 spot, pitcher hitting 8th. And Mattingly said there's a list of reasons why. Number 1, trying to jumpstart the team. But number 2, having Real Muto in the leadoff spot gives him an extra at bat. And late in innings, he felt having Real Muto at that spot would be beneficial.
Well, you're getting your hotter hitters through the first 6 weeks of the season, more of an opportunity late in the ball game. Now I'll go ahead and pair that with Dan Straley's just ripping the cover off the ball right now, so we're going to want to get him up a little higher in the lineup.
Oh, that was not on the that was not
Come on.
That was not on the list. But a lot of people say, well, then why hit the pitcher 8th? And that's because 2 things. If you put D. Gordon in the 9 spot, that restarts the offense. So Real Muto would have Gordon in front of him instead of a pitcher. As well, if you put Gordon 8th, there are times where you have to shut down his running game if he gets on and there's a pitcher up and there's 2 outs.
Well, you also have to consider D's running game. Not that it has been necessarily a problem, but you also consider the way the lineup has been traditionally constructed by Don Mattingly in the beginning of the year with D. Gordon and now Christian Yelich being behind him, another left-handed hitter. So he's over there at first base. That's something that certainly Christian Yelich can shoot for. And you sometimes like to keep that guy over there. Well, D wants to run. I think there's a lot more freedom for D in the 9 spot in this lineup right now, and so maybe this jump starts his game a little bit. He's been slumping just a little bit, but it's a good opportunity in front of Real Muto, and I think you have better balance.
Real Muto's on base is at 360. Gordon's at 316. That's probably a little further down the list, but it's on the list nonetheless. Here's a 1-2. Real Muto, a slow breaking ball, and he rolls it Jed Jerko's way. Jerko throws him out. Now, the Marlins have been near the top of the defensive charts in the National League, but not the Cardinals this year. It's been a struggle defensively.
The Cardinals have had their issues. In fact, lead the National League in errors, second at all of baseball. Tommy Pham gets the start, and why not? He's been on a tear since getting recalled on Friday. Sierra gets the start as well in center field. Another young man, tons of speed. Grichuk over and right. Jerko, Diaz, Wong, and Matt Carpenter around the infield. Yadi Molina behind the plate.
Yelich fouls it off. Christian last night was 2 for 4. Yelich a 279, 331, 393 slash line. That 331 is on base, 393 is his slugging percentage. And a strike from Wainwright, it's 0-2. Okay, Adam Wainwright, 2017 compared to, say, 2015, 2014.
Difference right now is there's two words that really stand out. One that's being kicked around pretty regularly because it kind of defines his inability to go long into starts, which has kind of been his MO throughout his career. If you go back and look at, there's a part of those years, a long run of 200+ innings. Is efficiency. Well, if you don't have efficiency, you're not going to pitch deep into ball games, and in fact, he has not been pitching deep into ball games. But you say, well, what's the real cause of that inefficiency? It's his fastball command, and you look at the numbers, he's really struggled with his fastball command. All of the numbers against all of his pitches are up.
Yelich right now is really jawing with Andy Fletcher. And he's obviously got to be careful here. That is strike 3 called. Yelich headed to the dugout.
2 nights in a row.
Here's Fox Tracks, and that's way out.
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and move on from that.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, Don Mattingly was ejected last night by the third base umpire Hunter Wendelstadt on a couple of calls that were out on the Derek Dietrich at bat. Now Yelich. And is he thrown out again? Or was it Yelich that was thrown out? And that's really costly if that's Yelich. Here comes Mattingly.
Everybody here is.
So Yelich has been ejected, and now Mattingly has been tossed. So the Marlins have lost Yelich. They've lost Mattingly. Joe West, the crew chief, is down. The nerves are raw, obviously, for Miami right now. With the injuries and the losses. The strike zone last night wasn't to their liking, and that was obviously a bad call for a strike 3.
And I think that was a lot of the feelings again last night. You're absolutely right. Let's remember, this crew did that extended game in Chicago, the 18 innings, and I think we kind of, well, I don't know what I would say we necessarily excuse, but look at this pitch. It is nowhere near the strike zone. And that is what warrants the reaction. And clearly Christian Yelich very, very frustrated by it. You add in all those circumstances, it makes for a dangerous place to be, but I think their arguments are legitimate. I guess that's what I'm getting at. The point that I would get that, you know, the trigger in all of this is the strike zone, and the strike zone has not been.
There's an overhead look.
Watch Yadi's glove. See how it moves and slides out there? He was sitting on that corner right there. Sure, he's trying to throw that breaking ball away, but that goes to show you what he's looking to do.
Tim Wallach managing again, and obviously something to monitor from here on out is Andy Fletcher and the Marlins bench. Wainwright, the type of pitcher too, if you give him that, if you do give him some space off the plate, he'll exploit you. And there's that slow breaking ball, and Ozuna swings and misses. The count is 0-1. Ozuna last night popped a couple more homers. He's hit 5 during this 10-game hit streak. Fastball is in. Wainwright certainly will test your patience right now. And for a guy like Ozuna, that's probably been the best thing that he's done in a month and a half, is the patience he's shown at the plate.
Ozuna was on fire, cooled off, a little too wild inside the strike zone, maybe a little too aggressive outside the strike zone as well. This hot stretch has been defined by exactly what you said, Rich. He has been a combination of on his pitch and waiting for his pitch.
Ozuna cracks it right center field. Grichuk is over, and he's there, and he makes the catch. A very contentious first inning here in Miami, scoreless. Center fields, and he'll be in the 2 spot in the order. And on to the second goes Dan Straley, Jed Jerko, Yadier Molina, Aledmus Diaz for the Cardinals. And a strike from Straley. A 1-2-3 firsts for St. Louis. Jerko a 1 for 5 last night with a double and an RBI. That's a swing. And it's 0-2. Straley good versus the Cardinals last year as a Red. Those were the only 4 times he's faced him in his career, and he came out of those meetings with an ERA of right about 3. And that just missed.
Dan Straley featuring a fantastic slider already tonight. It's one of his best pitches, and you see him go to it an awful lot when he wants to get that big out. Hitter's only hitting 119 against that slider.
Jerko drives it left center. Ichiro, fresh in the game, makes the catch. And so an out here in the second. Now the roof is open again tonight. Last night it didn't, even though the Marlins popped some home runs, it didn't seem like the ball was really jumping with the roof open like it did that night against the Mets.
You're right about that. I went down and asked around during batting practice today, and that was pretty much the consensus. Talked to a few coaches and a few of the players, and they felt that. I mean, both the balls that you saw hit out were crushed. I mean, that's just it. And they thought what we thought, that the ball was going to travel farther than it actually went. So that goes to tell you, even with the roof open and the windows open, doesn't mean that the ball is going to be flying.
Yadier Molina had a double last night. The venerable Gold Glover He's only won 8 of them. And he lifts that one back foul and out of play. 8 Gold Gloves, 7 All-Star appearances, 89 postseason games, 9 different postseasons. If he has another solid year or two, is he in Cooperstown? I mean, I don't know there's been any more dominant catcher defensively in any era. I know Johnny Bench was great.
Right.
And Bench somewhat revolutionized the position with the one-handed catching and the athleticism. But Molina has been the guy.
Coming from me, I'm 44 years old. I played 12 years in this game, over a decade, and crossed paths with Yadier Molina. And I guess the best way to describe it is this. I know that when we get into the Hall of Fame conversation and we get generational, it's hard to compare guys who did different things in the 60s and 70s to the 80s and 90s and now into the 2000s. It's as simple for me as this. Yadi Molina is the best catcher in the game for an extended period of time. That warrants Hall of Fame induction.
I got him
for me.
I got him into.
Yeah. I can't make the argument against him. I don't have any footing. I have no evidence. He's changed the game, and that's one thing that you always look for. So, yeah, to me, he's a Hall of Famer.
Dietrich throws him out. Aledmys Diaz now steps in. Diaz, Cardinal shortstop, was 0 for 4 last night. And Straley bounces it up there. During this run for the Fish, and the Marlins, with their record now sitting at 13-18. Drive to left. Diaz hits it deep. Ozuna makes the catch. And that is an example of the ball not carrying here tonight. That ball just got knocked down right at the track. Mother's Day at Marlins Park on Sunday. Braves and Fish at 110. Aquafina Family 4-pack. Get you 4 tickets, 4 Nathan's all beef hot dogs, 4 Pepsi soft drinks, or Aquafina waters starting at $84. Purchase your tickets today at marlins.com/promotions. Look at that little guy go. Giancarlo Stanton, Adam Wainwright. Seems like Wainwright started everybody off with that lollipop curveball.
Well, it's still one of his best pitches, and a lot of people will tell you it is his best pitch.
Maybe the most famous lollipop curve that he ever threw was the last pitch of the National League Championship Series to Carlos Beltran. Was it 2006?
Feels about right.
Wainwright was closing in the postseason for the Cardinals.
Yeah, that's what he did his first year.
And the Mets were rallying. Wainwright came in and he froze him on that big breaking ball that was called strike 3. Wainwright's done a little bit of everything, and a lot of it he's done very, very well in his career. His resume is heavy with accolades. Pitch misses down low. Stanton is on his way to first. I mean, 3-time All-Star, 4 top 3 Cy Young finishes, couple Gold Gloves, and this scouting report from Auto Nation.
Yeah, lots of traffic. You've heard me reference it a few different times tonight. Coming into tonight, 30 innings pitched, 49 hits. Get a load of this, 371 batting average against 446 on balls put in play. That is a lot of traffic. Now that Uncle Charlie, we were just talking about his breaking ball. Throws it about 25% of the time. It is still one of the best curveballs in the game. He is really leaning on it right now, and it has been very successful throughout his career. Offensive force, well, that's Adam Wainwright with the bat in his hand. Let's remember, he's hit 364 and already has a grand slam this season against the Brewers.
Derek Dietrich digs in. Dietrich 1 for 3 last night. Coming off the weekend, he had a 3-hit game against the Mets. And Don Mattingly talked about Dietrich today before the ball game and how, you know, Derek has had some moments where he's had to step in and play and has played well. And now's one of those times. Fouls that pitch back.
Well, he brings a little bit, little different dynamic. I mean, you can certainly talk about Rojas and how great a start he's off to. We know how great he is defensively. This isn't, you know, mano-a-mano trying to replace him, you know, exactly what Rojas is. Dietrich brings a little bit more slug to his game. So hopefully that really starts to go. You saw it last night, hit a couple rockets.
Dietrich sends that one out to right field. Grichuk and Sierra, and it's Grichuk. And it's Jessica Blaylock.
Hey, Rich, we love Tuesdays around here. You know why? Because that means it's another edition of a Twitter and email Tuesday. Marlins fans, this is the perfect opportunity for you to get involved with our broadcast. As always, send your tweets to @FoxMarlins. Your emails can go to foxmarlins@gmail.com. And don't forget to use that hashtag TwitterTuesday. Guys.
All right, thank you, Jess. We'll throw out the first email. How about a Justin Bohr email? From our friends Stan and Stan. I believe Asheville, North Carolina is their haunt. It's a Justin Bohr question. It goes to you, a left-handed bat that used to play in the big leagues. Keith Hernandez on a Mets broadcast thought that Justin Bohr stood too far from home plate. As you look at Justin's alignment, what do you think?
Well, it all depends. I mean, again, it's not always the easiest question to answer because hitters make adjustments all the time. Now, I stood really close to the plate because I have really short arms. Now, Justin Bohr doesn't. And sometimes when you're not seeing the ball and you think back to where he was earlier in the season, he did move off the plate just a little bit, and you saw him using the middle, the bigger part of the field, the middle of the field, and going the other way. See, I've always seen Justin Bohr as more of a pull hitter, but I think that's one of the adjustments. Now, remember this. When he really started to hit the bat and kind of come out of that little April funk that he was in, he started pulling the ball again and was actually a little closer to the plate. So to answer your question, hitters move. You have to kind of keep your eyes. So don't just necessarily judge them on maybe where you're seeing him at that point in time, but you have to kind of watch them over an extended period of time.
Bohr cranks one right field down the line. It's hooking and it's foul. Well, there's a pull for you.
No, that was the breaking ball. But I mean, that really is the answer. I don't think that it's any kind of permanent thing. And sometimes when you see him only for a few times, you know, you say, well, maybe he looks like he's standing off the plate a little bit. Well, that might be a very specific adjustment that he was trying to make.
Stan and Stan in Asheville, always welcome on the show. There's Bohr and the pitches that he has seen. Breaking ball in the dirt. Stanton still at first base. Scoreless ball game. Cardinals Marlins. If you've just joined us, the Marlins had a pair of ejections. Again, an early strike zone, not to the liking of Don Mattingly. Christian Yelich rung up on a pitch that was out. And Yelich's dialogue with home plate umpire Andy Fletcher went from home plate back into the dugout. He was ejected. Mattingly popped out, and he was ejected. Bohr hits it hard, but at Colton Wong, who starts a 4-6-3 double play turned by Diaz, ending Miami in the seconds. 2 innings in on another gorgeous night in the Magic City. Top 3. Dan Straley, bottom third of the order for the Cardinals. Tommy Pham, who starred in the Atlanta series, was 1 for 4 last night. Mangera Sierra, 21-year-old center fielder, and then Wainwright. And there's a strike. One and 2.
See Dan Straley right there use that 4-seam fastball at the top of the zone.
Struck him out.
Went just a shade below it. Both sides arguing balls and strikes now.
Tomorrow, the series ends on a Wednesday. Lance Lynn, Tom Kohler. Marlins Live starts it at 6:30. Craig and Jeff out in center field. And if the weather holds, we'll have another gorgeous night. Roof will be open. Kohler's last start, 5 innings, 3 earned runs against the Mets. Here is Sierra with all the atrophy of the Cardinals outfielders. Disabled list, guys not ready with the nagging injuries. Steven Piscotty on the DL. Jose Martinez on the DL. Dexter Fowler is still active, but
he said he's feeling better. I talked to him earlier today, so.
Right shoulder is the issue. They called this guy up from Palm Beach in the Florida State League. And he had a nice weekend against the Braves, and he walks here to lead off, or rather with 1 out in the 3rd. They love his defense and his speed out in center field, going gap to gap.
Definitely go get the baseball. A couple nice running catches last night.
Now Wainwright. Well, as the Marlins saw last night, Cardinals have a tradition of their pitchers doing damage offensively, and Don Manley said it's a matter of doing some homework. Oftentimes, when you're preparing for a team, sometimes you take for granted it's just the pitcher, but not against the Cardinals. You got to do some homework, he said, and literally scout these guys like you do the rest of the hitters.
Well, you have to take your, in the National League, you have to take it seriously. I mean, it's either you're going to look at yourself as an automatic out, or you're going to try to improve yourself and help your team, and it's as simple as that. spending majority of my career in the National League, guys who took it upon themselves to at least be decent bunters found that they can make productive outs. St. Louis Cardinals certainly pride themselves on getting something out of it. You see the numbers right there from last night. That's a pretty good game for anybody.
It's better than decent. And Wainwright trying to add to his career home run total there. He's hit 9 in his career, one of those this year. Brunswick, Georgia, home for Wainwright. There you are. Anytime a pitcher is above 200 in his career, that's pretty good.
And 18 RBIs last year, Rich. Straley keeping Sierra close.
Sierra's got good speed. There's one out. He's running. A little hit and run and a pop up. It's going to find the seats. Now there's 2 strikes. Count it 1 and 2. Just like last year, it seems like the Cardinals are a better team away from Busch, which makes absolutely no sense in the baseball universe.
Now, talking to the Cardinal people, they don't really have an answer for us either.
Got him. Straley gets the strikeout. Down goes Wainwright. So first time through, 3 strikeouts, a walk, and now Colton Wong for his second look at Dan Straley.
Remember any moments in my career where going into St. Louis was a walk in the park, and over the last couple of seasons that's been a little bit more of the story. They have had issues finding ways to win consistently in St. Louis.
Yeah, 5 games under 500 last year, 38 and 43, and yet they won 86 games, finished out of the postseason. A lot of people still came to see him, as you would expect in that great baseball town. 3.4 million, second in Major League Baseball. Colton Wong digs in. Sierra leaning, bluffing, and Wong fouls it at the plate. It's 1-1.
Straley has his changeup working as well. Good mix of pitches. It's kind of been a little bit more of the approach here over the last 3 or 4 starts from the Marlins starting pitching. I'll go back to Urania's start on Sunday, really establishing all the pitches early in the ballgame.
Runner goes. Real Muto's throw on the bag and outs. Pop time. The best in Major League Baseball. From his glove to a Danny Echeverria's glove. How about that? Some smoke. JT Real Muto throwing a strike. For the last year and a half, very proud of his prize pupil. Watch this.
Can't get much better than that. Etch does a fantastic job securing it, waiting on Sierra to get there. That's how quick he got rid of that baseball. Yeah, I'm ready to say it. One of the best in the business.
Echeverria takes a breaking ball for a strike. Dan Straley and then D. Gordon, as the Marlins have the pitcher hitting 8th. Tom Mattingly has done this before. He did it a couple times in Los Angeles. And here tonight with Gordon in the 9 spot, he said, we've kind of touched upon it, one of the keys was Yelich in the 2 spot. Real Muto in front of him. Echeverria knocks it foul. And for Etch, not a real big change because he a lot of times finds himself hitting in front of the pitcher anyways from the 8 spot. But it does turn the lineup over a little more often. And it's 5 times now in Marlins history that you've got the pitcher in the 8 spot. Etch sprays a ground ball out to Colton Wong. Goes to first in time. All right, emails and tweets. We've took a left turn from that. Gary writes in from somewhere in Texas last night. Was watching the game, turned the volume down, muted it, changed channels. Couldn't figure out why the cricket in the corner of the living room was only going when the Marlins were on. And of course, as we explained last night, we had a rogue cricket bust into the area where we keep our parab, is that what we call it? Or directional microphone, that's probably better.
Don't look at me. I don't know where that stuff is.
Parabolic microphones, I'm told.
You're using words, so whatever.
We made the cricket an offer he couldn't refuse. There's that curveball from Wainwright. It's in, it's 1-1.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it didn't turn into lunch for anybody.
Well, you know, Jessica's here tonight. So remember Seattle with the Grasshoppers. This really takes a fastball that misses.
I do know this. He's not here tonight.
The night is young, my friends. Wainwright, couple gold gloves in his past. Flips on over to first. And that brings up D. Gordon. Well, part of this is in this stretch. D. Gordon has hit a bump in the road. He's won for his last 17. See the average. More importantly, I think in Gordon's role is that on-base percentage sits at .316.
Well, being in the 9 spot in the lineup doesn't change his game whatsoever. Maybe it gives him a few, an inning or two to kind of get his game in gear. You can always appreciate that effort. I hit in both spots. A lot of times I hit in the 2 spot in the lineup. A lot of times hit 5th and 6th in the lineup as well. And I always found that a little bit farther down in the lineup gave me fresher eyes to the starter that day.
Gordon floats one out to left and a dive, but Pham doesn't get it. So a base hit for D. Gordon. And this is why you don't hit Gordon in the 8 spot when you move him down the lineup, because now he's free to run.
Right.
And if the pitcher were behind him with 2 outs, you wouldn't want him to run.
Absolutely. He knows he didn't catch it. Nice job right there by D. Gordon, staying inside that baseball and dropping it in left field.
And so here's Real Muto, and JT knows that, hey, he's hit second, and so he knows what it's like to have D. Gordon in front of him. And as Mattingly pointed out, once the game starts and once you get to this point, the lineup turns into what it usually is. The only difference is the odds are you're going to get a few extra at bats for this guy, especially if it's late in the ball game. He said late in the game, if you're down a run or a tie game, Real Muto advances in the lineup, he has a chance to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Absolutely. Well, you also have more freedom for D to run in the 9 spot in the lineup. Even this configuration here, I mean, this is a great time for D to run.
Counts 0-1. Remember, you got Molina behind the plate.
Understood, but you're not going to find a more optimal time to go.
And Wainwright's got quick feet.
There's certainly things that are stacked against you, but with 2 outs, you know, the top of the lineup up, speed on the base paths, an 0-1 count, potential for a curveball, all sorts of messages being sent here. But this is the cat and mouse game you play with the starting pitcher.
As well, for Gordon, he's got to be aware that Molina has picked off an awful lot of runners in his career. Breaking ball is a strike. Since 1974, when they started keeping catcher pickoffs, since 74, Pudge Rodriguez picked off 83 in his Hall of Fame career. Molina, 47, and Molina's 4th on the list. Bob Boone and Jim Sundberg in front of Molina with Pudge on top. Boone 57, Sundberg 55. And count 1-2. Wainwright bounces one. That's the ball that Molina likes to go to first on. Anything that carries him towards that first base side, especially in the dirt, because the runners are taught, they see ball go into the dirt, they take that secondary lead.
There's no doubt. Honestly, should have been picked off a couple times by Yadi Molina. I wasn't. The umpires got it wrong over there at first base.
No instant
replay in 06. That's true. But I don't forget, it was exactly a ball just like that.
Realmuto pops it up and into the seats and out of play.
He also wants to get you where you're leaning, like you get your shuffle step, your secondary lead over there at first base, and once you kind of commit to that second step and he knows that you're leaning or giving anything away, and it's not that you're, you know, trying to make a break for second base, but he wants you to get your weight over your right leg. If he gets that throw that you talked about, the pitch from the pitcher where it's to the backhand, you can almost count on him coming down with a rocket to first.
Dive into the emails and tweets momentarily. 2-2 coming to Realmuto. Runner goes, swing and a miss, and that's the inning. JT strikes out. Gordon had a good jump too. Marlins and Cardinals scoreless.
To the Tennis Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players ever, men's, women's, you name it, Martina Navratilova, who takes her baseball seriously. Nice first pitch, Martina.
Thank you. I've never been on the mound before. It's very high, but it's very far, but you know, you just don't, I wish I could have practiced.
Well, you have a great left arm, probably from your great power game that you had. Did you ever play any baseball?
I've played a few softball games, but never baseball. But it's a lot easier to throw this than a softball, that's for sure.
You had a great seat because you're only 2 rows behind. You saw Yelich and Mattingly get thrown out. You can't argue balls and strikes in baseball. You have a little more leeway in your sport, yes?
Well, it depends. I think what he said to the umpire, he would have gotten defaulted as well. Yeah.
Do you miss tennis at all? Do you miss it? You had such a great career.
I'm still in it. I'm commentating for Tennis Channel. So I'm at all the Grand Slams, and then I still get to play the legends at the Grand Slams. So, you know, still stay in touch with the sport. It's a great way to be, and it's much easier talking about it than doing it. Yeah. You just show up and start talking. You don't have to warm up. It's great. I love it.
So you still get a taste of the competition, absolutely, which is usually what most athletes say, where they miss when they're not in it every day, is that competition that you can't match.
I had enough of it, and you know, yes, you miss it, but at the same time, it's such relief that you don't feel those butterflies anymore. So I was nervous just throwing this. I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not doing that on a daily basis.
You are in incredible shape. So obviously you're keeping fit with your playing.
Clean living, man.
Okay, Martina, thanks a lot. Great to see you. All right, go Marlo. You like to fish?
I like to fish, of course. I live here. I have to like to fish.
Martina Navratilova, Hall of Famer, 167. How about that? Singles titles and 18 Grand Slams, Rich.
Yeah, she is one of the very greats, not only in tennis but also in sports. Now, developing story here, JT Riddle has appeared at shortstop. The Marlins have suffered infield losses out into right center with Gordon and Ichiro in. Miguel Rojas, his thumb broken. He'll have surgery in a few days. Martin Prado's hamstring, worse than the first injury, and he's at least a month away. And so Echeverria started at short, but all of a sudden there's JT Riddle, and we'll try to get either Jessica or Craig or someone to get us word from the Marlins clubhouse to find out the status of Echeverria. And here is Randall Grichuk. All right, remember there was a play, Echeverria, last at bat. He's not running real well down to first. And Straley hits Grichuk right in the Grichuk.
Well, that's his changeup. If you're going to get hit, that's the one you want to get hit by. Has the least amount of velocity, probably 83, 84 miles an hour on that changeup. But kind of, you saw as he was coming over the top, you really have to finish a changeup. And right there, Dan Straley let that finger kind of roll off those, the ball roll off those top fingers, and it's Grichuk right there in the back.
Matt Carpenter. And you got Grichuk at first. All right, emails and tweets. Art wanted to know, and this question actually came in 22 minutes ago. Line shot into right. That's a base hit. Stanton over to get it. Racing around second is Grichuk on his way to third, and he's in there. And the Cardinals are set up now. With some big bats coming up at first and third.
Now you look at that spray chart right there from Matt Carpenter. Loves to pull the baseball. He's kind of a back of the box type of hitter. Wants to let that ball travel, get a good look at it, but certainly loves to pull the baseball. And you see those numbers right there, fully supporting that. Well, of course, there's a base hit to right. Jed Jerko, 6 home runs on the season.
Bouncer to third. Dietrich on to second. There's one. Gordon's turn is in time. And Straley gets the double play ball. Dietrich starts it. Gordon finishes it. And the Marlins keep this game scoreless. All-Star Game ballot is online and ready to go. It's your chance to choose your favorite players, Marlins, Cardinals, any of them, for the All-Star Game presented by MasterCard on July 11th right here in Miami. Vote now at marlins.com/votes. Ichiro gets his first at bat in the game for Christian Yelich. For a scoreless game, a lot's happened.
It really has. For Christian Yelich, his first ejection of his career.
Yelich ejected after a called third strike in the first that on Fox Track showed up well out. The argument went all the way into the dugouts. Andy Fletcher ejected him. Don Mattingly came out, got his money's worth, and he was ejected as well. So Ichiro is in the game. JT Riddle is in the game as well. It is email and Twitter Tuesday, and I'll do a better job of weaving them in and out, I promise. Wainwright against Ichiro. And Ichiro swings and misses. We've had a lot of obviously umpiring questions on Twitter, and Maurice has one. When the umpire sees the video review after the game, is he going to feel embarrassed by the call? The way it works for umpires is this. And the same technology that you see with the Fox box that we put in, or the new box with the vapor trail, it's the same technology that the umpires are graded on. After each game, an umpire is given either a computer file or a disc with his night behind the plate and a grading of all the called strikes and called balls. Anything 95% and above is a good night. 96, 97%, and it dials it in within the half inch. Ozuna waited on that breaking ball and punches it into left field. And that's one thing, Todd, that's really changed in the last 5 to 7 years in the game, is the dialogue between players, catchers, and umpires in the course of a ball game. Because say Yelich had not been ejected and he comes to the plate next, there's probably going to be a dialogue, and the home plate umpire will know whether he missed it or not. I think he knows that he missed it.
Well, it's the technology that's in the game today.
Right. Catchers will go in and watch certain pitches on video just to see if they were in or out.
Well, and that's the unfortunate part. I'm not going to I'm a former player, not a former umpire, but it's going to sound like I'm defending them. You know, the argument that they have no defense for it. Everybody else, we're all in front of monitors, TVs, instant replay, every different angle, and they're in the position of defending the call itself, the call on the field, the strike zone for the home plate umpire, or even the other things that are going on for the other umpires. They are in a very vulnerable position. Now, if I were an umpire, I guess I would be a little bit more lenient in those situations, much like Christian Yelich. I would try to give space to that, just a better job, because I think that because you're armed, you have to recognize that the players and the managers and the coaches all see what's going on. So if there's more pushback, there's a reason behind it. I know not everybody's going to be lenient, and I guess that's just the way that I think. Obviously, that's not the way it went early in the ball game, because Andy Fletcher in that exchange was all well before Marcell Ozuna really even got into the box. So I guess that is kind of my point on this. But the point about the umpires, kind of unarmed in this argument. They've got to stand by the call that they make on the field, or the ball or strike call. And we all know better.
And there are times where a hitter comes back for the next at bat, or the catcher comes out for the next inning, and they will confirm the umpire's call and say, you know what, my bad.
Correct.
I missed it, you got it. Or the opposite, hey, you missed that one.
Right.
Count is 3-1.
It happens. You see it happen all the time.
Stanton with Ozuna at first. A swing and a miss. Jeff Conine on Marlins Live had a really nice spin in the demo room, talking Giancarlo Stanton, now referred to as the demo den. It sounds warmer and more friendly, doesn't it, than room.
We have a fire in the corner, a little fireplace.
3-2. Breaking ball, Stanton chops it hard. Jerko, Wong, and that's a double play for the Cardinals. That's the second one that Wainwright has rolled. Jeep. Get great deals on the Jeep lineup at the Jeep Spring Clearance event by Kaiser University. Learn more at kaiseruniversity.edu. And by your South Florida Chevy dealers. Dan Straley to work. 5th inning rolls around. Scoreless ball game here. Cardinals have 1 hit. Miami has 2. And it's been Adam Wainwright and Dan Straley. This is Yadier Molina with Ledmus Diaz and Tommy Pham. If you've been gone for a week or so and you just turn the game on to see, hey, what's going on? There's a lot you've missed for the Marlins, especially with their personnel. 1-1.
If you're late to the game, you've missed a lot.
2 obvious big injuries this weekend, and they happen in the same game at the same spot in the order. Broken thumb for Miguel Rojas, surgery in a few days, out for 2 months at least.
60-day deal.
Pitch misses outside. Martin Prado, who remember had a hamstring issue that kept him out of play for about a month, suffered in the World Baseball Classic. Again pulled that hamstring in New York. Different spot, same hamstring. And he is going to be on the shelf for at least a month. In this game, Danny Echeverria has come out of the game, and we're still awaiting word from the Marlins as to his status. Molina cranks it in that gap in right center field. Stanton trying to get there. Does. Molina around first. Stanton loads up. And a head first slide, and Yadier is in there. He loves that spot, that right center gap. He doubled there last night.
You see the fastball right there. Now the 3-2 count. Borderline pitch before it. Huge hole in right center field. Ichiro playing him a little bit farther over to the other side, so Giancarlo Stanton had a long way to go to come up with that baseball. Good throw, but Yadier Molina able to get in just ahead of the throw.
Grab that bag.
You think he was moving fast enough to slide past it?
He had a lot of momentum going. There's a strike to Ledmus Diaz. And of course, for the Marlins, the other losses in their rotation, the visitor for Edinson Volquez, possibly back Saturday. They'll know more tomorrow, the fish will. And Wei-Yin Chen, been out of the rotation now for about 4 days. He will test with a bullpen session tomorrow. Miami and Don Mattingly said they will know a lot more tomorrow on both of those guys. And so that's an enormous impact. 2 starting pitchers, 2 key players. Rojas was hot. Prado's the captain. 1-1. There's a strike.
That word test seems to be thrown around. I mean, you just continue to hear it because what remains is also a test. This is a Marlins club that's got to fight its way back not only to 500, but they want to get this season moving in obviously a little bit more of a positive direction. A little bit more pressure on the defense. You've got some different players going to get some opportunities to play. And you're playing through all of these circumstances as well. So there are going to be some tests.
Of course, Adam Conley this morning was optioned down to New Orleans. There's an off day on Thursday. The Marlins will fill one of those rotation spots with Jose Urena, a little dribbler, and then wait to see what happens with Chen and obviously Volquez. So with Conley optioned and Rojas on the DL, Tomas Talis is up from New Orleans. Tyler Moore is up from New Orleans. Talis, a switch hitting catcher, provides a pinch hit. Moore, a power bat from the right side. 2-2. Diaz pops it up. Back behind the mound. And Gordon calls off Riddle and makes the catch. So all of that has been happening over the last 3-4 days. Now, Art, I was getting to his question. You want to know if JT Riddle plays any other position than shortstop, because certainly some versatility would help. In the minor leagues for Riddle, 250 games at short, 88 games at third, and 32 games at second. And before this before this series started, the Marlins had two guys who could play short extremely well in Rojas and Echeverria. Rojas on the DL. Echeverria has been pulled out of this game. So Riddle is up for his second tour in the big leagues. And you got Tommy Pham up.
Dan Straley has done a fantastic job so far in this ball game, navigating this Cardinals lineup. Some seriously hot hitters that he's had to deal with. He's made pitches, mixed his pitches particularly well. Very good slider tonight. Big out right there, getting Diaz to pop out with a runner on second base. Talked about this at the Open, only the one walk.
And that's been an issue for the Marlins. They've issued more walks than anybody in baseball. Juan Nieves has preached to his pitchers, make sure they beat you with the bat. Two and two. The Cardinals left fielder. Molina at second. That's smoked into the gap. Left center. It'll score the run. Molina across. Ichiro cuts it off. Pham can run. And he scoots into second base. And St. Louis is on the board first.
Almost similar circumstances. This is a slider that didn't slide. You see it spinning out over the plate above the belt. Tommy Pham, as we had mentioned, just recalled Friday in the Atlanta series on the road. He's been swinging a very, very hot bat since getting to the Cardinals, and continues that hot hitting here, and rocketing one into the left center field gap and giving the Cardinals a 1-0 lead.
Jason with a tweet wants to know, when's the last time a manager's been ejected on back-to-back nights? Well, it's happened in baseball with the, I don't want to say great frequency, but it happens. It's happened where a manager gets ejected one night and then gets ejected the next night before the game starts when he presents the lineup card.
I've seen it.
And
I think I've even been maybe part of that.
And resumes the argument. So
probably happens a little bit more than I think fans would even imagine. I was actually kind of pondering that in my head, thinking, boy, manager Don Mattingly hasn't seen very much of this series from the dugout. And then I remembered a few instances, particularly in the minor leagues, where that occurred.
Well, Sierra walked in the third. Straley steps off. How many ejections in your major league career?
One.
And the umpire was?
Rob Drake.
And the transgression was?
Pretty much what you witnessed was Christian Yelich. A little bit different language. I didn't use some of those choice words, as you know me. But I just was really irked. I mean, it was a really, really bad call on a pivotal point in the ball game. 7th inning, runner on second, 2 outs, 1-1 game. And it was a call very similar to that. I was not happy, and I let him know, and I just didn't. I mean, again, I got thrown out of the game because I wouldn't leave, and that's really what it came down to.
Sort of like a dinner guest that won't go
well,
home. Well,
everybody was trying to get me to come back, and I refused.
Sierra strikes out. Straley has the second out, and here comes Wainwright. Here, Jason has a tweet that I'm sure some people are curious about. When a manager is ejected, or a player, do they have to leave the ballpark? And the answer is no. And there are cases, Bobby Valentine, the most celebrated, of managers hanging in there and continuing to manage the game, either by messenger, by disguise,
carrier pigeon,
hiding in the bathroom or in the equipment closet. Wainwright, a bouncer to short. That's Riddle, flips to first in time, but St. Louis is on the board. Couple doubles, Molina and Pham. It's 1-0. Three home runs off of Steve Carlton for the second time in his career.
What?
As the Reds beat the Phillies 9-7. I guess bench owned Carlton. Wow, that's impressive.
When he did that to Steve Carlton, I thought, wow. Grew up a Phillies fan, and there weren't too many people that owned Steve Carlton that way. That's impressive. Wow. 2 3-homer games against him.
Yadier Molina with a double. He scored on the Tommy Pham double. And that's how St. Louis has a 1-0 lead. So far, the Marlins haven't been able to solve Adam Wainwright. What adjustments are you looking for now, second time through for many of these hitters?
Well, he's getting ahead of hitters, and that's really been the key. We've talked about it in a lot of different types of terminology: efficiency, length, not able to, throw enough strikes, the number of hits he's given up in the innings. For the Marlins, you just dial up a little bit more of an aggressiveness. I don't think it's particularly sitting on one pitch or another. Wainwright has been living on the corners. He's been making good fastball pitches and setting up that breaking ball well.
Derek Dietrich now. Dietrich a fly ball out. Wainwright has used a couple of double play grounders to get out of trouble. D. Gordon and Marcell Ozuna have the 2 singles, and that's it for a guy that brought a 6.30 ERA into this start. But he does, if you stop and think about the pitchers that have given Miami issues over the last week and a half, it's guys that don't throw real hard. The Hellicksons, everybody wearing a Rays uniform. Breaking ball is a strike.
Well, I would chime in with, and what you've seen is that secondary pitch. If there's a top flight secondary pitch, is the one thing that really has been the great equalizer, I think, for the Marlins offense. They are a very good fastball hitting team. Now, if you have mediocre secondary stuff and they don't have to respect it, they're going to get at you. They're going to put up some hits. They're probably going to hit some long balls. But if you can throw a changeup, you can throw a curveball, or you got a good slider, one that the lineup has to respect, it's giving them a little bit more fits.
Two. Breaking ball, Dietrich pulls it.
All right, Rich, so we've got a tweet. Have you, or I guess me, have we ever been ejected from the booth? I have not been ejected from the booth. Since you're the rowdy one, I'm going to pass that over to you. Have you? If you tell me no, I'm going to be surprised.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet. No. We're a long ways away from any umpire. I mean, I think the only folks that might eject us would be the fashion police.
You get rowdy up here sometimes. I gotta calm you down. I gotta reel you back in a couple times. You get worked up here. Just messing.
Come on.
I'm the wild one.
You're the one that's down in Red Bull in like the 3rd inning.
I'm usually the one up here pounding my fists on the desk is what I'm doing.
No, I'm trying to think of any broadcasters that have been ejected. It's in the minor leagues. It's PA announcers that usually get ejected.
I can't remember. I don't want to.
That hit him. That hit Dietrich.
Of course it did.
Just clipped him.
If I remember correctly, and maybe we can get this. Now, it wasn't an umpire, but it happened at Wrigley Field, and there was some bad umpiring going on. I believe it was Angel Hernandez. And the guest conductor of the 7th inning stretch that day happened to be, I believe it was Mike Hampton. Forgive me if I'm wrong.
Wainwright right now and Andy Fletcher going at it. Mike Matheny's out there quickly. And the obvious argument for Wainwright was that Dietrich didn't try to get out of the way. Molina with some words as well. Here's a look. It's a fastball in. He's turning, but he is leaning. Here's a look.
He did turn away. He's just really good at doing that. To me, it's as simple as that. I mean, to describe what somebody's supposed to look like when they get out of the way of a baseball, I don't think it has to look a particular way. And Derek Dietrich has absolutely mastered the art of just kind of turning his shoulder in right there. And if he gets hit, he gets hit. Watch him right here. Watch. He is actually technically trying to get out of the way of that. mean, he's not throwing his arms out of the way and diving out of the batter's box, but at the same time, I don't think there's a whole lot of argument there. I mean, he's good at doing that.
Here's Bohr now. Well, look, you as a broadcaster for the Cubs the last, what, 8-9 years, had a ringside seat on the guy, the biggest practitioner of that, and that's Anthony Rizzo.
Right. He can do it.
Rizzo crowds the plate. He gets hit an awful lot.
He masters the art of turning those shoulders in. Right. Most hitters think of get out of the way and do whatever you have to do to get out of the way. Others, they learn how to just kind of turn in and get it to where if they do get hit, it's almost like a glancing blow. See Anthony Rizzo at the top of the list already this year.
Counts 3-0. You got Riddle on deck. Bohr takes a strike.
So to finish that story that I was telling, I believe it was Mike Hampton. People at home, if you want to check it out, I think it was Angel Hernandez was behind the plate. He ejected Mike Hampton, who called him out during the 7th inning stretch, turned around, he started yelling at him, he gave him the heave-ho. It's the only time I've ever seen anybody from the field throw somebody from the booth out of a ballgame.
Bohr fouls it at the plate. And the count now 3-2. Well, Cardinals and Marlins in a tight one. Cardinals scoring here in the 5th, bottom half. Miami has their leadoff runner aboard. Bohr bounced into a double play, and the Cardinals are poised for that with 3 infielders on the right side. Jed Jerko over there. Of course, he played second base coming up in the Padres organization. Bohr just stays alive. 3-2. One of the things on the checklist for Adam Wainwright and what's gone wrong for him this year, hits. He had allowed 49 hits coming in 6 starts, highest total in the National League. Tonight, through 4 innings, just 2 hits. Dietrich runs, pitches out. And Bohr trots down to first. Dietrich arrives at second. And here comes JT Riddle. Lance Lynn of the Cardinals, Tom Kohler of the Fish. It's tomorrow at 6:30. Now here's Riddle. We talked about the nuances of the pitcher hitting 8th, and here's one of them. When you get something going from the middle of your order, that pitcher comes up 1 hitter early. And Straley is on deck. Riddle's shining moment, of course, was the walk-off homer he hit on that Sunday against the Mets. The Marlins won 3 of 4 from the Mets. You see he's been swinging it pretty well in New Orleans. Breaking ball, little tapper up the line. Wainwright has it, and he'll tag Riddle out. Copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Marlins. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Counts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. And so here's that spot where you've got Straley, the pitcher, and 1 out, and he can really help himself if he could just put the ball in play and get it through what is now a very, very drawn-in infield.
Yeah, they're going to play it really close. St. Louis Cardinals all on the grass.
And here's the problem. Straley in his career is 1 for 62. Dietrich at third. There's always the chance that he drops down a bunt.
Well, 1 for 62 odds are in his favor.
And I think Carpenter may have been thinking bunt there. He yanked a fastball wide of the zone. I don't know that Straley is experienced enough and a skilled enough bunter to suicide squeeze, and that means send the runner while the pitch is on the way.
Well, as tight as the infield's playing right now, it would absolutely have to be a perfect bunt to execute that as well.
You got Carpenter crashing from first. Australia almost gets hit there, and you know it's the 3-foot putt, it's the free throw.
Well,
it's the pitcher facing the pitcher.
He's trying to think this through. Now, the first thing he thinks about is, why didn't I take that? It was a curveball. Maybe catch it off the shoulder.
You know, here's the other thing to think about. Wainwright doesn't have high velocity. Fastball, although 91 to Straley is high velocity.
Well, it's what, 1 for 67. Clearly, he sees it a little differently, yes.
Gordon's on deck.
Got to find a way to make some contact.
It's 3-1. Take, if you are Tim Wallach, who's managing this game, and there's this inning splits. Is this a straight take?
Probably.
Brian Schneider and Wallach.
Just don't have enough good history with Dan Straley. I think it probably is.
And he takes it for a strike. And you would think that Wainwright is going to throw that exact same pitch.
I'm not so sure. He might see a little wrinkle here. He may throw his cutter.
He squares, squeezes on, and it works! How about that? Dietrich scores, Straley executes it on 3-1.
Roll the dice.
On a 3-2 pitch, it works.
Yeah, this is a serious roll of the dice here. This ball goes foul, he's out. I mean, everything resets itself, but certainly taking a chance right there. Dan Straley, he may tell you that was the best bunt of his life right there. Adam Wainwright did him a favor. It was a fastball down in the zone, caught everybody. The St. Louis Cardinals a little off right there, not expecting it. Well done. Sometimes when you have to get out of that funk, even as a team, you got to get a little creative.
Bohr's at third, Gordon is up, and D takes ball 1. So some wildness from Wainwright opens the door. A hit batter, a walk, a little ground ball from Riddle. Falling behind Straley is the key here. And then on 3-2, obviously coming in, pretty much knew he was going to get a strike. And Straley sets it down beautifully. Gordon takes, and it's a ball and a strike. It's another run out there, 90 feet away. Pitch is in.
Nice jump by Dietrich. Nice job by Dan Straley. That had to feel good.
Another pitch in. And so Wainwright's pitch total is rising. And that ball strike ratio in this inning is tipped towards the balls. 26 pitches total. Gordon, little dribbler, Jerko to his left, has it, spins, throws, and got him. And that saves a run. A nice play by Jed Jerko. Dan Straley, squeeze bunt to perfection. And Miami ties the game at 1. 6. Dan Straley back out for the 6th inning. Derek Dietrich with his break from third. Straley puts down the perfect bunt. And on a 3-2 pitch, the Marlins squeeze with 1 out and get themselves a run and tie this game at 1-1.
Let me clean up my facts real quick here. I talked about somebody getting ejected from the booth. It was not Dan Hampton, it was Steve McMichael. It was a bunch of years ago, but I remember Angel Hernandez doing it.
Nor was it Mike Hampton.
No, it wasn't, right. I had all sort of names. I had Hampton. I was thinking, right, Dan, but of course it wasn't. It was McMichael.
Top of the order for the Cardinals: Colton Wong, Randall Grichuk, Matt Carpenter. And Straley, fastball that's fouled back to the screen. We had that question: if managers are ejected, they have to leave the ballpark. Nope, they can stay in the office. They can hang out, grab some dinner, watch the game, maybe send a message or two down to the bench coach. A lot of managers will just leave the bench coach alone. Although Don Mattingly may have sent a note down saying, hey, great call on the squeeze. Wong takes that one in tight, and it's 2-2. And of course, Bobby Valentine infamously put a mustache and a disguise on and came
wandered back to the dugout.
Back in the dugout.
Mm-hmm.
There were the bathrooms in Oakland in the dugout where there were a lot. I think Billy Martin used to hang out in there, and other managers that were ejected would sneak into that bathroom, and then you'd see a player go in and or stand near it and get directions in terms of game strategy. There are no electronic devices allowed other than iPads now, but you can't have any wireless or internet in a dugout. Dietrich on to first. Okay, suicide squeeze, safety squeeze. Take us through the difference.
No, there is a difference. Now, the safety squeeze puts a little bit, well, a lot more pressure on your runner at third base. He's got to read it. He's got to be sure of what he sees in front of him. And so he is not clear to make his break towards home till, number one, he knows the ball is down, and number two, much like that squeeze you just saw, that he can get around it. This, a suicide squeeze, as soon as Adam Wainwright starts his delivery to home plate, see him? Takes off. You see that front foot come up. Derek Dietrich on his way. Great bunt by Dan Straley. He gets it down. And oh, by the way, 2 strikes right there. So you're protecting your runner at third base right there. You don't have to worry about it. He fouls that ball off. It's just an out. It's a strikeout, and Dietrich goes back to third base.
Good work in the truck as well.
Good time to put that play on. I just thought I'm not sure there was a person in the building that was ready for that. Fair? You agree? I think we were all a little surprised right there.
You hear managers say the best time to put a squeeze on is when nobody expects it.
Right.
And sometimes it's after something big happens, like a triple or a wild play, and you do it on the first pitch. And in that case, the at-bat kind of built up to he fell behind the pitcher, got to 3-1, got to 3-2. What pitch is he going to throw here for a strike?
Right.
And then all of a sudden, oh, the squeeze.
Well, it also came down to, at least in my mind, even though Dan Straley doesn't have very favorable hitting numbers and only 1 hit to his career, you know, the infield was in, and the idea was, well, he's ahead in the count, so he's at least going to get somewhat of a decent swing at maybe a fastball out over the plate. Lo and behold, you put the squeeze on.
Straley strikes out Grichuk, and there are 2 outs, and that'll bring up Matt Carpenter. We've had a few tweets, actually not a few, but a lot of tweets like this from Miami Marlins Central. Is it bad that I'm really frustrated? Also, is there a status on Conley? Conley was sent down to AAA. Don Mattingly said he just right now wasn't good enough to stay in the rotation, and for him to work out his issues, it's got to be as a starter, and that's in New Orleans right now. And if he does work it out, he'll be back up here quickly. Carpenter, a high fly ball. Stanton is there, and he makes the catch. 1, 2, 3, 6. Nice work by Dan Straley tonight.
Ball game in the bottom of the sixth. Taking a look at a story from around Major League Baseball. Earlier today, the Padres announced that a statue of their beloved Mr. Padre, Tony Gwynn, has gone up in his hometown of Poway, California. Now, Gwynn spent his entire career in San Diego from 1982 to 2001. During that stretch, over 3,100 hits, a 15-time All-Star, 5-time Gold Glove Award winner, and a 7-time Silver Slugger Award winner. Had he not tragically passed away from cancer in 2014, guys, he would have turned 57 today. It is his birthday.
Yeah, he's missed, man. He was not only one of the all-time great players and hitters in baseball history, but one of the all-time great people in Major League Baseball history. No matter who you were, he would sit and talk. And that's whether you were a rookie or a veteran or a young broadcaster or a grounds crew member. If Tony Gwynn was on the bench and you walked by, he would say hello, ask you how you were doing, and have a conversation with you.
Yeah, I can tell you a lot of stories about Tony Gwynn. I spent a lot of time, obviously, in the Los Angeles area playing for the Dodgers and playing against the Padres an awful lot. Grew up around Chris, talking about the big leagues, of course. Chris and his brother Tony, and I still tell this story an awful lot. I was really struggling my sophomore season after winning the National League Rookie of the Year, and 2 different times that year, just in batting practice alone, Tony made some time. Like, hey, Holly, come over here. Let me talk to you for a little second here. And this is this is the greatest hitter I'd ever laid eyes on. He made time for me to just talk to me about my swing and my mental approach 2 different times. And I still to this day am moved by those moments.
Muto fouls it back and out of play.
There's one bat I have at home of all of the bats that I've collected throughout my career, autographs and whatnot. There's one bat that I still pick up all the time and swing. It's autographed, and it's a Tony Gwynn bat, and he was just absolutely amazing. The 5-5 hole, staying inside of a baseball, just a tremendous player, hitter, and person.
Real Muto shoots one into center field and a base hit. Marlins have their leadoff hitter aboard. So Real Muto is at first. Now the Marlins have done a little hitting and running, though the ball was fouled off. They have a squeeze bunt. You got Real Muto, who can run, and you got Ichiro at the plate, who hits a lot of ground balls. And that's what Wainwright is thinking here. He's already had a couple of double plays to get himself out of innings. And so you see his career numbers. He has homered against Wainwright in limited at-bats. Up the middle, Ichiro's got a hit. Real Muto turns second. On his way to third, ball is bobbled. And JT, hustling all the way, reaches third. Well, Wainwright got his ground ball, but Ichiro found a hole.
Well, I was sitting up here thinking, oh, you know, so much of this conversation is directional. You get the ground ball, but it's got to be to your defenders. You know what? This has got some eyes on it. Just past Adam Wainwright. You see the frustration right there. Real Muto being aggressive, and why not? Sierra laid back on that ball in center field. He did not come at it aggressively. He's easily getting himself into scoring position by getting over to third. Little head first slide there, didn't even need that.
This is exactly what Don Mattingly had in mind with this lineup tweak here. Real Muto leading off an inning, gets aboard, and now you've got Ozuna with runners on. Into the bat, and Ozuna fouls it off. Marcel was flied out and singled. He waited on a breaking ball, punched it to left. 5 of 7 times he's been able to knock this run in. Major League average is only 48%.
Good take right there. That shows you how locked in he is. Adam Wainwright went soft away with the first pitch. Little cutter, 84 miles an hour. Maybe his changeup, and that 2-seam fastball that he ran back in on his hands. Marcell Ozuna did not bite. Left it alone, even the count.
Ball and a strike.
Another good take right there. You see an 89-mile-an-hour fastball, but Wainwright, which he's done pretty well tonight, he's trying to get Ozuna to chase. He really wants him to go fishing for a pitch outside the strike zone, so he's tempting him with pitches just off that inside corner.
Two-one pitch. Ozuna pulls it foul. Toyota brings you an inside look for the all-new RAV4. Most player games with 2 or more home runs this season. The Marlins have had 5 multiple homer games out of their players. The Mets have had 8. Marlins have seen a few of those from the Mets.
I've played them enough times.
Marlins have had a few at the Mets' expense as well.
True.
Stanton's on deck. Infield's back. Ground ball here will score the run. Nobody out, and a big pitch coming from Wainwright to Ozuna. Fastball up. Wainwright staring daggers right now. And Andy Fletcher.
Well, he threw his best fastball in the sequence right there against Ozuna. Surprised just about everybody, maybe including Andy Fletcher. Let's take a look. Ooh, just the top of the zone.
Well, you know what? Andy Fletcher stuck that call.
He did.
That's a ball. It's just
it
above,
really is.
Just above the letters.
Well, I just think it was he hit the velocity.
Ichiro running here?
Absolutely. Why not? Put him in motion.
Not running. Ozuna, a little dribbler. Wainwright looks, goes to first. And just gets Ozuna. Real Muto frozen because that ball was out in front of the mound. And that brings Stanton up. And he just got back down on the bag before Ozuna crossed it. Ozuna, who had a cramp in his hamstring last night. Everybody was happy to hear it was just a cramp. Stanton is given an intentional walk. Mike Matheny is also on an intentional walk on his way out to the mound. He's going to make a pitching change here. They're going to bring the lefty in to face Dietrich. Brett Cecil has warmed up. And so the Cardinals have loaded the bases with 1 out. It's Dietrich against Cecil in a 1-1 game. Moses not coming to the plate, but coming to Marlins Park August 8th. Get your tickets today at marlins.com/GNR. Guns N' Roses at Marlins Park August 8th. Derek Dietrich at the plate tonight. Bags are loaded, 1-1 game. And the Cardinals bring on the former Blue Jay lefty Brett Cecil. 18th appearance already.
Their situational lefty.
Dietrich takes in 1-0.
You see the action on that fastball right there. That's what you're going to see. It's a two-seam fastball. He's also got a bit of a cutter. That's kind of how he gets after the left-handed hitter. Here's the thing. He's struggled with lefties. Lefties are hitting .368 against him right now. Early part of this season, righties are struggling a little bit more, but Cecil here to do a job and get a lefty out, struggled in this situation.
Dietrich rips it down the line, into the corner. Real Muto scores. Ichiro scores. Stanton to third, he'll hold there. And Miami has 2 on a Derek Dietrich double.
I think I got those splits out just in the nick of time, so everybody listening would pay attention to Derek Dietrich ripping a double into the right field corner. There's the fastball right there. Great swing of the bat, great extension. Didn't go around it, didn't hook it into the corner. Nice piece of hitting right there. That's called no man's land. They're playing him up the middle the other way, thinking he's going to try and stay through the lefty. Gets that good fastball and rips it into the right field corner. 2 runs will score. Stanton holds at third.
Now Bohr infield it. Bohr cracks one to right, and it bounces off of Grichuk. Stanton will score. Dietrich to third, and Miami goes up 4-1. And the lefties jump all over Brett Cecil.
Indeed. Lefty's on a mission right now to get that first good fastball, get another one up in the zone. Justin Bohr elevates, gets on top of it, rips it into right field. This almost eats up Grichuk right there. Does a nice job of keeping it in front of him. Ball was hit really hard.
Remember the double that Bohr had up in New York. He's starting to have better at bats against lefties. 2 big hits in those cases. Now another lefty. This is Riddle with 1 out at the corners. And Riddle pops one back and out of play.
Yeah, good job being aggressive right there from Riddle. Why not? 2 lefties in front of him, aggressive early in the count, hunting that fastball.
Cardinal bullpen active again. Matt Bowman is up. Riddle fouls it off of Molina.
Now there's a curveball from Cecil. He does like to throw that pitch. It's a good one for him, but he hasn't been able to get to it as the lefties have jumped him early in the count.
Bohr and Dietrich at the corners. 3 runs here in the 6th. 4-1 Miami. Riddle fouls it back. Remember, it's Dan Straley who is on deck. And with all the changes that have taken place, you see Wainwright in the dugout. If you're asking what the heck is JT Riddle doing in the game, it's because Adeiny Echeverria left midway through this ball game. No word on any injury or why he was lifted. 0-2. Riddle the center, and that's deep enough. Dietrich tagging, Dietrich scoring. How about the lefty bats? 3 in a row. Driving in those runs. 4 of them.
Really nice approach. JT Riddle certainly recognizes the situation, doesn't want to put the ball on the ground. Goes a deep fly ball, will get another run across.
And now here's Straley, who had maybe the most important at bat of the night with the squeeze bunt. And he lines one foul. Straley came up in a big spot with runners second and third and 1 out. And of course, he's 1 for 62 in his career. But on a full count, suicide squeeze, he was perfect. And that tied the game at 1. Miami has taken a 5-1 lead with a big 6th inning here. hanging tough is Straley. They count 1-2.
Is that what he's doing, hanging tough?
Hey, when you're 1 for 62 and you foul off
All right,
pitches,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
that's hanging tough.
Either hanging tough or getting lucky. I'll go with hanging tough.
That is strike 3 call, but Miami puts 4 up on the board, chases Adam Wainwright, and it's the lefty bats that get it done. Derek Dietrich knocked in 2. Justin Bohr rips one. That scores another. And JT Riddle makes it 5-1.
I've been talking about throughout the series. Aldemus Diaz, the shortstop for the St. Louis Cardinals, grew up with Jose Fernandez and hit a memorable home run he'll never forget a couple of days after Jose died, a grand slam.
My mom actually get a text like 3 days after that, like from his mom, you know, like say thank you for that moment. You know, that's one thing. Like I put in his nest. He initiated my glove this year because it's one thing I want to do. You know, like take him every time I go to the field. You know, take him with me.
Boyhood friends, he told me he's got his number on his glove, and that's what he was talking about. Every time he goes out to the field, he looks down. Very emotional trip for him here. His family is here. We'll talk with him tomorrow on our Marlins Live pregame at 6:30 with Niner. We'll look at the highlights, of course, much more on the pregame show tomorrow. Good conversation. Well-spoken young man from Santa Clara, Cuba. Guys.
All right, thank you, Craig. There they are. I remember when those two got together in St. Louis. And, of course, All-Stars together as well. How about Little League? How sweet is that? Wow. So a great interview tomorrow. Make sure you're with us for Marlins Live. 6:30 start before Cardinals and Marlins. Jed Jerko rolls one out to JT Riddle. Sucks it up. Fires to first in time. Dan Straley trying to get through 7. So far, Straley in 6 1/3. Just 3 hits, a run, 1 walk, and that's key. 5 strikeouts.
This is only the 3rd game this season a Marlins starter has pitched into the 7th inning, Rich. Straley's done it now twice, Chen the other time.
Yadier Molina takes a strike. Brad Ziegler in Miami's bullpen. And Molina lifts one to right. Stanton over and in. Two outs. And here comes Aledmus Diaz. We've been locked in a tight ball game. I know we haven't been able to get as many emails and tweets in. We certainly haven't checked to see what's going on around baseball, but it's worth noting that the Nationals and Orioles are 1-1 in the top of the 8th. The Mets are up 6-1 over the Giants, bottom 7. Matt Harvey said, "I'm sorry," this afternoon. Pitch misses out.
We're waiting for that apology. We all were.
Phillies are up 9-5 over Seattle in Philadelphia. And a 2-0 pitch coming to Diaz, who's 0 for 2. And Straley gets a strike. Little tapper. Realmuto's on it. Fires to first. And Straley a 1-2-3 7th. He's retired 8 straight 5-1 fish. The Yankees 21-9, best record in Major League Baseball. They were 1-4. They've ripped off 20 wins in 25 games, outscoring opponents, outslugging opponents with a lot of win streaks. The Yankees. A lot of John Sterling. Yankees win.
They are clicking on all cylinders right now.
Well, here tonight, it's a 5-1 ball game. The Marlins on top of the Cardinals. Last night it was all Cardinals early. A 9-4 win. Dan Straley, when he arrived after his 7th inning of work, got some hugs and high fives. A terrific night for Straley. A run on 3 hits. 5 strikeouts and just 1 walk. D. Gordon, JT Realmuto, and Ichiro. Gordon bunts. And Molina is right on it.
Over.
So one thing with Molina behind there, if you leave it in the dirt or just across the threshold of the grass, he's going to pounce on it. Matt Bowman is in for the Cardinals.
He gets out as fast as just about anybody. You see Matt Bowman's numbers. 14 2/3 innings, 12 strikeouts, 226 opponents batting average against. Gets a lot of ground balls. It's what he does. It's his specialty. And a lot of ways, that's what he is brought in to do.
Realmuto takes outside. All right, let's dive into some emails while we can. Jason and Polka. Everyone's talking about Judge and Stanton in the home run derby. How about Stanton and Ozuna in the home run derby?
Well, I'm all about it. I just think when you see the size of Giancarlo Stanton and you consider the size of Aaron Judge, it's just I think they kind of represent two of the sport's bigger guys who hit the ball really, really far. It's not. I don't think it's. I mean, this Marcell Ozuna isn't in there, but I mean, Stanton's got like 3% body fat, and I think Judge has got like 2.
Is there precedent for more than one player from a team in a home run derby?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I'm trying to think. It's not something I've committed to memory, the home run derby participant roster.
I don't know the answer to that question. I think it's a possibility. I don't.
Oh, now that's a sweet lid. If you haven't been in the team shop to see Robin and check out all the All-Star gear, there is a myriad of different All-Star game hats. Whatever color, whatever style you like, from vacationing, floral, military, all of that. Two. Bowman got a piece of it. Real Muto hustling to first, and Bowman throws him out. So there's 2 outs here in the 7th. Here comes Ichiro. And a reminder that burgers and beer on Friday are back. A burger, a craft beer, and a Marlins game. It's the Marlins and the Braves on Friday night. Tickets start as low as $30. Marlins.com today. So you get in for $30 and you get a craft beer and a burger. How about that? That's pretty good. And a ticket to the game. That was Ichiro, that noise. He even cracks a smile as he steps back
Start
in.
to anticipate. I've done that
with
before.
Molina. He was
doing it.
Bracing for impact.
Mm-hmm.
Fastball pulled to first. We'll listen to that when we get back. Carpenter steps on the bag. Here in the 8th. Tomorrow, a Wednesday night showdown brought to you by GMC. Got a little Lance Lynn, got a little Tom Kohler. GMC brings it to you. 7 o'clock first pitch, 6:34. Marlins Live. And of course, the Aledmus Diaz interview with Craig Minervini on Marlins Live tomorrow night. So the Fish and the Cardinals finish off the 3-game set tomorrow night. Kyle Bearclaw is in for the Marlins. See his numbers. Former Cardinal minor league prospect. Remember, the Marlins got him from the Cards in the Steve Cishek trade. It's worked out quite well for Miami. And Bearclaw enters the bottom third of the order. Tommy Pham and Garris Sierra. And then the pitcher spot for the Cardinals. David wants to know, home run derby, roof open or closed? Well, at that time in July, roof closed.
Well, I was just going to give you the opinion of the players. And again, this is a great day to ask the question. I was down and I asked because I'm so curious, again, knowing how, you and I were talking about this, there's so many possibilities. Roof open, windows open, roof closed, window open, like all the different combinations that you can come up with. Everybody kind of, the consensus is the ball flies best when everything's closed.
There are nights when it's open when it flies better, but like last night, nights where it's open and it didn't fly that well.
You want to see long home runs? I think that's the night.
To right, Stanton going back. That one's over his head. Bounces off the wall, got it cleanly, but Pham can fly. And he's in there with a double. Tommy Pham is doing everything he can to stay in the big leagues this time. He certainly hit in Atlanta in that 3-game series. And he's got his 3rd hit in this series, 2nd double tonight.
Jumps all over an elevated fastball right there. Didn't bother messing with Kyle Barraclough's slider. Wants no part of that pitch. It's that first good one. We talk about that a lot for hitters who are hot. Tommy Pham slide in with a double to start the 8th.
Now Sierra pops a pitch back and out of play. 2015, Anthony Rizzo, Chris Bryant were home run derby teammates. So there is a precedent. And wouldn't Stanton make a good captain for the National League home run derby team?
He would be the best captain for the entire National League.
Barraclough misses out. Counts 1 ball and 1 strike. Stan wants to know, has the cat been spotted? The cat in center field.
Cat's moved on to finer things. He's eating caviar.
Cat was adopted by a front office person here with the Marlins. That one into left field, a base hit. Ozuna has it, and not stopping on his way to second was Sierra. And everybody caught napping from Ozuna to Dietrich. Sierra just didn't stop. Watch this.
Yeah, it's heads up baseball. It's what you want to see from the young man. Certainly recognize his speed. The play is to the cut because you do have the runner at third base. It's just that the Marlins kind of took their time doing it. Watch Sierra the entire time. The hard turnaround first. And once he sees what type of throw it is, he's on his way to second base. Heads up by Sierra.
And that throw from Ozuna was not a hard one. It was kind of a
hit the target. Right. Just hit the target. And listen, I think everybody becomes guilty of that at some times, but for Sierra, you give him credit for being heads up right there. You don't want to see it, but he took advantage.
Here's Matt Adams. And the Cardinals trying to jump back in. Down 4, 2 on. Adams pinch hit last night. And he singled. Sends it towards the line. Long run. Ozuna slides. Did not catch it. Bounces. Picks it up. And Adams is going to scamper into second. And the Cardinals get a run. They have second and third again, and there's still nobody out.
Just not like the other two. Ozuna playing more towards the gap with the power hitting Adams up. He gets jammed. Ozuna just a little short on the catch. Watch this swing right here. Just kind of lifts it, gets jammed a little bit. Way towards the line. Good effort by Ozuna. Adams hustles into second base.
Well, now, not only is it a 3-run lead, but you're into the top of the order. Wong, Grichuk, Carpenter, Jerko. Juan Nieves out to talk to Barraclough. Real Muto there as well. Remember, Tim Wallach running the game. Nice to have Freddie Gonzalez on the staff, guy that's the winningest manager in Marlins history. He's managed and won a lot of ball games in the big leagues. As an extra resource in there. But you got Colton Wong now, and Barraclough hasn't recorded an out. 3 straight hits. The Pham double, the Sierra single. And Adams pinch hit single. And here is Wong.
Colton Wong, 13-game hitting streak coming into tonight's ball game.
Miami's done a lot of things right here tonight, but the Cardinals are not going away. And with that 7-1 meltdown in New York on Friday. There's got to be a sense of urgency to lock this one up. Infield back except for Dietrich at third. And now Bearclaw has gone 3-0. Tying runs at the plate. Wong, who has shortened his swing, still has the power to knock one out of here. He's homered just once this year. And he walks. On 4 pitches, he walks. And here comes Grichuk. Miami's bullpen, Ziegler, Garcia. You got Grichuk, Matt Carpenter, and then Jed Jerko in this Cardinal order. Grichuk 0 for 5 last night, 0 for 2 tonight, but a dangerous hitter with a lot of power. Bearclaw gets a strike.
All right, fastball command. He's left Bearclaw just a little bit, able to get ahead of Grichuk with a good slider right there.
Ball and a strike. Now the infield back for 2. The lead is 3, but the bags are loaded.
There it is again. Front door slider. Back to the damage done in this inning. Well, high velocity fastballs that have been knocked around by Pham and Sierra in particular. Bearclaw leaning on that slider big time here in this tough spot.
1-2. Fouled at the plate. Big Jonathan Broxton on the left. Trevor Rosenthal on the right. Another 1-2 from Bearclaw. Breaking ball, Grichuk, left field and deep. Back goes Ozuna at the track, at the wall. He makes the catch. Everybody tags. 1 run will score. On a different night, that ball may get out of here. As it is, it's a sacrifice fly. The Cardinals with runners first and second.
Now that's the 5th slider of the at-bat. Out over the plate and up. Grichuk gets good extension, but high elevation, and maybe, just maybe, the height of that ball is what allowed the wind to kind of keep it in the yard. He was pretty convinced he'd got all of it out of the box. Marcell Ozuna a couple steps in front of the wall.
Now Carpenter with 1 out. And then runners first and second. Bearclaw fires a strike at 97. The roof is open, the rolling windows are open, and the breeze is coming from the east, which should shoot the wind directly through those windows. And we've seen a couple of balls hang up in left field and end up right on the warning track.
Bearclaw is going to have to make some pitches to Carpenter.
Carpenter lifts it down the left field line and out of play. If you're just joining us here tonight, Dan Straley and Adam Wainwright were matched up in a great pitcher's duel. A 1-1 game. The Marlins tied it on a suicide squeeze from Straley himself. And then Miami, with their left-handed bats of Dietrich, Bohr, and Riddle, got to Brett Cecil, got to the Cardinal bullpen, and built a 5-1 lead. But the Cardinals have come back here in the 8th. They have 2 runs. They've crawled within 2. Did he go? No swing, says Hunter Wendelstedt. And that draws the ire of a Marlins dugout that is not in a great mood.
Certainly not with the umpires. That's about as close as you're going to get.
Of course, it was Wendelstedt last night that ejected Don Mattingly. Tim Wallach, the bench coach running the show tonight, is on him. Mattingly ejected tonight after Christian Yelich was ejected by home plate umpire Andy Fletcher. And the count 1-2. Bear Claw with Jerko on deck. It's a Cardinal team that has caught life after an abysmal start, 3-9, and it's ripped off 14 wins in 19 games since. And on the road, Mike Matheny's ball club, 7 in a row, including last night.
That really speaks volumes to what Dan Straley was able to accomplish tonight in 7 innings. 1 run over the 3 hits. Absolutely masterful job. Changing speeds.
1-2 to Carpenter. That time he keeps the bat on the shoulder. Bearclaw was a rising closer in the Cardinal organization. St. Louis wanted a veteran arm who could close if needed, maybe to set up in the 8th. And the Marlins traded Steve Cishek for this right-hander out of Santa Clara, California. Bearclaw has been a staple in that 8th inning for Miami for a couple of seasons. 2-2. Just missed. Real Muto was set up out. Bearclaw hit the glove, but it looked out.
You knew at some point Kyle Bearclaw was going to go back out to this corner after showing a couple of sliders. What kind of fastball did he want to go to? An elevated one or one low and away? Chose low and away and just misses off that corner.
You can see the Marlins' emotions are still pretty raw with Don Mattingly ejected 2 nights in a row. 3-2 coming. Carpenter calling for time. All right, Todd Hollinsworth. Does Carpenter get the slider from Bearclaw, which is his best pitch, or the 97-mile-an-hour express?
I think he's going to get the 97-mile-an-hour express probably towards that lower corner one more time. He does not want to put the go-ahead run on.
See what he gets. Bearclaw making sure that no one's on the move. It's Matt Adams at second. Trail runner is Colton Wong.
Well, thankfully, Matt Adams, I know he's dropped some weight and he's running better, but he slows Colton Wong down just a bit by being out there in front of him.
3-2. Check swing again. No swing again. Bags are loaded here. Tim Wallach on his way out. He did not swing. And so Carpenter loads the bases. Remember, Brad Ziegler's last 2 times on the mound have not been pleasant for Miami. Ziegler in the bullpen waiting. Tim Wallach maybe waiting for Andy Fletcher to get to the mound before he makes the move. And he'll make that call. Miami makes a pitching change. Here comes Ziegler. Bags loaded, 1 out. A 5-3 lead. Brad Ziegler is in. Rich Waltz along with Todd Hollinsworth. Now this was a Dan Straley start, and he was brilliant tonight. 7 innings, just a run on 3 hits, and just 1 walk. 5 strikeouts.
Well, the walk being big, we talked about that at the beginning of this ball game. That's the one thing that he really needed to control was those walks. Only 1 walk in the ball game, and how he has changed speeds tonight. I mean, this Cardinal lineup came in here hot as ever. He cooled these bats down. He made some great pitches, great slider tonight. A lot of balls just tapped to infielders, some easy plays. Really strong job in 7 solid innings.
Now, just before Ziegler started his warm-up tosses, Dee Gordon came in to talk to Perry Hill and get a little defensive game plan. You don't see that often. Ziegler from the stretch, and here we go. Jerko hit hard into left field. Base hit. Ozuna's got it. Here comes Wong. Here comes Ozuna's throw. It's cut, and the Cardinals have tied the game. Jed Jerko, a hard single to left. He knocks in 2, still 1 out, runners first and second.
You see it, this is the first pitch. Right just above the knees, but right down the middle of the plate. Jerko ready to swing that bat. As soon as he gets in there, you see JT Riddle, he's playing double play depth, so he loses a step. Able to pick up a couple RBIs right there.
Well, if you go back to that Friday night, for Brad Ziegler, the last 7 hitters he has faced have base hits. He faced 6 men on Friday against the Mets. They all had hits in the span of 19 pitches. And Molina takes outside. So 4 runs here in the 8th. And you got Molina, who was 1 for 3. And he hits a rocket. And it's 1-2. Anything that you see from Ziegler here?
Well, you go back to his last outing. I mean, the one thing that you would see is the shifting, and we've talked about that. He wasn't, statistically speaking, a big fan of the shifting. Now, there was a 200-point difference when the middle infielders and the infield was playing straight up. He was getting better results.
Pop-up behind first. Bohr, Gordon's chasing it down. D slides and makes a nifty play. Fires it across the diamond. Great play by D. Gordon. A much-needed out for Ziegler to break that run of base hits. But he still is going to have to get a Ledmus Diaz.
Now, nice job by Ziegler making a pitch, getting Yachty out on his front foot. D. Gordon tracking it down. That's a big out right there. But to the point, that's just it. I mean, the one thing that really stood out to me, obviously he was falling behind some hitters. That was clearly an issue that Ziegler was dealing with. Were balls just down the middle of the plate.
Diaz fouls it back to the screen. Real Muto out. I think JT may have been crossed up on that pitch. And a lot of early swings, too, against Ziegler, going back to that Mets attack. Of course, that was a painful night for the Marlins. They were up 7-1 in that game and lost it 8-7.
Well, the thing with Ziegler is he's got really good secondary pitches, and the approach against him has been get that good first fastball and go for it.
Pop up infield. Real Muto tosses the mask, makes the catch. And the inning is over. But the lead is lost. 4 runs for the Cardinals. 5-5 game. proudest moments. This was Dallas Braden's day, wasn't it? On this date. Perfect game, 19th in Major League history.
That was his grandmother, if I remember the story correctly.
Dallas Braden, perfect game in Oakland. So this game has changed dramatically a few times. The Marlins taking a 5-1 lead to the Cardinals coming back and tying it at 5, and now hard throwing Trevor Rosenthal. Here's Ozuna, and that's hard throwing, 100 miles an hour.
Well, I laugh because Trevor Rosenthal had we'll just call it last year an off year for him. Comes to spring training, they're considering putting him in the rotation, and we see him about a month later and he's got 3 saves already, and he's throwing 100 again. He's not walking anybody.
Whew. 99. You're gonna have to get started early to catch that.
10 innings, 20 strikeouts, only the 2 walks.
After catching Wainwright, Molina may have gone to a thicker glove for this. 11 straight. Ozuna's 1 for 3 tonight. Fastball up, and it's 2-2. Rosenthal lost a closer's job to Sung Hwang Oh, a Korean closer. Stanton's on deck.
4 consecutive fastballs.
That one's in.
That's 5 now. Ozuna, as hot as he's been, he's had 5 good looks at his fastball.
Ian Molina chatting up what 98, 99 feels like up against the ribs.
Oh, yeah.
Under the hands. See if he goes fastball, 3-2. Bounces one. And it was supposed to be a fastball. Instead, it's ball 4. And Ozuna's aboard, and here comes Stanton. Stanton tonight has been walked twice and bounced into a double play. So you got power against power. Rosenthal against Stanton. Ozuna at first. And Giancarlo nearly came out of the home whites with that swing. And that's, for a guy like Rosenthal, that big a swing, you don't have a whole lot of time.
He is bringing it. That is 8 consecutive fastballs from Rosenthal. None slower than 97.
Well, if he has a secondary pitch, he may throw it here. Nope, stayed with the fastball. Stanton popped it up. Wong in the outfield makes the catch. Now you got the lefty bats on parade. Dietrich, Bohr, if anybody reaches JT Riddle.
I think even back to last year, one of the differences so far this season here in early May for Rosenthal is that he is really almost exclusively using that fastball. Of course, that's all you've seen tonight. Coming into tonight's ball game, averaging 99 miles an hour on the fastball and throwing it 80% of the time.
Dietrich on a check swing. He's behind the count, 0-1.
Occasionally, Rosenthal will throw a little bit of a cut fastball, 92 miles an hour.
Pitch out. Well, Dietrich certainly a big hit. The line drive double that knocked in 2. Marlins took a 5-1 lead in that 6th inning. Jam shot, little looper left field. Pham charges in and makes a running catch and fires it towards first. Ozuna's back. Here comes Justin Bour.
We have a lot of speed in center field between Sierra and Pham. They can cover a lot of ground. Pham catches that ball standing up. Good jump on it.
So Bour, he followed the Dietrich double with a line drive single of his own to knock in a run. He's walked. Something to think about. Ozuna had that hamstring cramp last night and was limping around a bit. Marlins were pretty happy to find out it was just a cramp.
Well, the bench is short already, though. I was thinking about that a couple pitches ago, but again, with the condition of the roster right now, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of alternatives.
Off the end of the bat, Rosenthal has it, flips to first. Miami leaves a leadoff walk at first base. Cardinals Marlins 5-5 to the ninth.
Strikeouts.
Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Buy Jeep, get great deals on the Jeep lineup at the Jeep Spring Clearance event and by your South Florida Honda dealers. Incredible night of weather here tonight. Last night as well. The roof open both nights. A.J. Ramos from Miami's bullpen, and Ramos is in to pitch the ninth. 1-1 game, tight. Wainwright against Straley. Marlins got to Wainwright, got to Brett Cecil, had a 5-1 lead. Cardinals get to Kyle Barraclough and Brad Ziegler and tie it at 5. Ramos trying to keep it at 5-5 and deliver the game to the bottom of the ninth.
Two of the bigger problems for the Marlins so far in this this series here, even through game 2, are the two guys coming up this inning. Ramos, that's going to be the challenge. Tommy Pham continues to swing the bat well. Sierra as well.
Ramos gets a strike. Pham has doubled twice here tonight. Scored a run, knocked in a run. And yes, from all the tweets and emails, the cricket is back. I think it's time for plan B tomorrow for the cricket. We had chased him away for the first 6 innings of the ballgame. Bouncer in the dirt. Tyson wants to know, it doesn't seem pitching has been a strength for the Marlins. That's who's the guy, the travel guy, Captain Obvious?
Yes.
Where do you see the most need for improvement pitching-wise, rotation and bullpen? Here's a 1-2. Bouncer to short. Riddle is there. Gobbles it up, fires to first.
Well, in all honesty, I mean, this is a really simple answer. It's not that complicated because the two work hand in hand. You have to understand this. When you have complications in your rotation, more times than not, you're going to have complications in your bullpen. So you have to see it that way. The fact that the Marlins staff hasn't been able to give the number of innings that, well, let's just use the word average. If you're talking about an average major league team, they have not been able to get that. So it's going to put more of a strain on the bullpen. Then you factor in the struggles, the ERA, the walks, the other things that have been part of it. It puts only that much more pressure on your bullpen. So it's hand in hand. I think the bullpen has actually this year been good. Now, were people expecting great? Well, that's up to you. But for me, I think they've been actually pretty good. It's just they've been pitching with a lot of pressure because of the way the starts have gone. Think about tonight. I mean, they've only had 3 starts in which a starting pitcher has worked into the 7th inning this year.
Straley goes 7. The bullpen coughed up the lead in the 8th. Ramos misses out, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. McNaris, Sierra, a Dexter Fowler sighting. Fowler with that sore right shoulder, not in the starting lineup last night. He's taken batting practice the last 2 nights. Up the middle, Sierra's fast. Ramos, air mails it, down the line it goes, and off to the races goes Sierra. Gordon picks it up, Sierra stops at second. DJ Ramos off balance, rushed it. It's going to be a base hit and an error.
AJ Ramos almost made a play for the ages. Spectacular backhand to knock it down, but has to. Yeah, that throw right there is a result of the speed that's been on display by Sierra. He knows how quick he has to get rid of that ball and just tries to fire a dart as quick as he can to Bohr and overshoots the big guy. Watch this. Oh, almost made it. All-out effort. Puts the go-ahead run in scoring position, though.
So you got Dexter Fowler hitting here in the 9th. And great speed at second base.
I'll tell you what, you talked about Pham not wanting to go back down. This young man that was just playing up the road has been pretty impressive here in the first 3 or 4 games of his big league career.
Fowler takes out. Of course, a Cub last year. And a good one. Just an on-base machine. And a guy that I think deserved a little more credit for the success the Cubs had. You saw it firsthand.
Yeah.
393 on base percentage last year.
Developed a pretty good relationship with Dexter. Got to say hi to him today. Yeah, I think the Cubs certainly would acknowledge that now, although maybe they feel a little different before last year.
1-1.
There's a big advocate for, you know, right after they had signed Jason Hayward, what about Dexter Fowler? The impact that he had on not only on the field but in the clubhouse as well. And then he went out and had a huge season last year for the Chicago Cubs and, you know, essentially cashed it in with their arch rival, St. Louis Cardinals.
Sort of the reverse Hayward. 1-2.
Good point. You're right. Maybe that. I really never thought about it that way, but that's a very good point.
Fowler fouls it at the plate. Ramos with the count 1-2. 5-5 Cardinals Marlins, 9th inning. Colton Wong is the on-deck hitter. Fowler to right. Stanton charges. Here comes Sierra. Here comes Stanton's throw to the plate. He is safe. And the Cardinals lead it. Dexter Fowler with a pinch hit. RBI single. That was a terrific read by Sierra at second base.
It was virtually a straight go. You see it right here. Strong throw from Stanton, just a little bit up that line. Sierra able to get his hand across the backside of home plate and get around JT Realmuto.
Now Wong.
See that throw right there? Took him JT just a little bit out of position. Again, the ball beats him just by a hair, but that speed by Sierra, my goodness. Does he get around the bases?
So the Marlins bullpen gave up the lead in the 8th. Cardinals scored 4 times, and now the Cardinals take the lead against Ramos in the 9th. Still only 1 out. Wong, Grichuk on deck.
Nice breaking ball by Ramos right there. See that 13-game hitting streak. Does have a walk tonight. 0 for 3.
Up the middle, Gordon towards the bag. Flip Riddle's turn is in time. Bang bang play at first, probably will be looked at, and it will be looked at. Marlins get the double play. Mike Matheny holding things up. Riddle had a man right on him. Back in Miami, this play is under review. It took a while for the Cardinals, and we had gone to break. The Cardinals did challenge. Apparently the window, the 30 seconds after the play, had not expired. Here's the play. Tough to tell from there. You lose sight of the ball, and so I think it's going to take another angle, probably this one.
I think he's out. I still think he's out. Thought he was out before, and I still think he's out.
It's close.
Well, is there enough to overturn it? I mean, that's the question we get to. We get back to the original call on the field. Is there enough to say, okay, well, he's safe now? I don't think there is.
You have to be 100% sure to overturn it. And that happened last night with the Dietrich play at second. He looked safe, but the ruling from New York was not enough to overturn the out call. Here's another look. Interior of the glove. That's as close as it gets.
Right.
Alan Porter
out is the call at first base.
Umpire on the right
that
is the one that called it. He's out. There you go. Probably a call stands.
Yeah, I agree. Usually is.
It is. Call stands.
Picking up on that. You're nailing it. You're about 100% on that this year.
Mike Matheny making a change. Call stands. But the Cardinals have the lead. That stands as well. Bottom of the ninth when we get back. And another arm out of the pen. JT Riddle is going to lead it off. Sung Hwan Oh, the Korean right-hander, had a really nice year last year. A few bumps in the road this year. An ERA of 3.5. He has nailed down 7 of 8 saves. And of course, the Marlins have a bit of a patchwork here at this point in the lineup. And so it's Riddle in his 3rd at bat who takes a letter-high strike.
Oh, really came onto the scene last year, really did a fantastic job for the Cardinals. 19 saves last year. Now, numbers have been a little bit different this year. 7 for 8 in the saves, but he's definitely been more hittable. 16 hits in only 14 innings this year, has already given up 3 home runs.
And you've got pitcher spot up next. Tomas Talis is on deck. Then D. Gordon is due. Riddle shoots a grounder out toward short. Diaz to first in time. And O has the first out, and here is Talis, called up from New Orleans to get the at bat. Marlins made a flurry of moves to start the night. With Miguel Rojas going on the 60-day disabled list. Remember, Prado was put on the DL yesterday. Talis and Tyler Moore called up. Moore's not played in the ball game. JT Riddle came in when Adeiny Echeverria was pulled from the game. Still no reason why. Whether it was something that the Marlins saw either health-wise or something else. And so Riddle's been in since that 4th inning. Talis knocks one out to left, and Pham is there, and he makes the catch. And Miami is down to their last out. RBI Baseball 2017 returns with fast pack pickup and play. MLB action packed with all your favorite MLB teams, players, ballparks, and more. Get RBI Baseball today for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and mobile devices. Learn more at RBIGame.com. Gordon with Real Muto on deck. Oh, from the windup. Not many closers come in and do this. Start from the windup. Gordon pulls it wide of first. If this score holds, this will be the 2nd crushing loss in the last 5 ball games. Remember that Friday night in New York, a 7-1 lead, and the Marlins ended up losing that game 8-7.
Well, you factor in the circumstances that led to the bigger moments in the ball game, and then obviously it turning into a defeat Tonight specifically, the lefties coming through against the lefty in a big moment. What turned out to be a bit of a pitcher's duel turned the tide in this ball game early. Big at bats, and unfortunately the bullpen just not able to hold that lead.
Gordon protecting, fights it off. D trying everything to get on base here. Second straight night, Don Mattingly ejected. Christian Yelich tossed in the first. We'll have a reminder, we will have clubhouse reaction and Don Mattingly's reaction after the ball game on Marlins Live. 1-2 coming. Gordon pops that one out of play.
For D. Gordon right here, you have to defend against that slider, protect against the fastball, just get in there and fight. Whatever you got to do to try to work your way on base.
Well, that one wide of third. Jerko playing towards the line. But the Cardinals came back, and they did it against Kyle Bearclaw, Brad Ziegler, and A.J. Ramos. No one out of the bullpen was immune from it tonight. And what was supposed to be a strength for the Marlins coming into the season has been a vulnerable spot.
Well, it certainly has, and it seems like at sometimes the most inopportune time. Kyle Bearclaw off to a fantastic start this year.
1-2 to Gordon.
A rough 8th inning.
Of course, Dan Straley, 7 innings, 3 hits, a run, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. One, two in the dirt. And that was what was so painful about Friday in New York. Up 7-1. Miami really needed a win, put themselves in a position, and then lost that game late. Same scenario here.
Yeah.
2-2 coming to Gordon. D pops that one towards the line. Pham is over, and he's there, and he makes the catch. And the Cardinals score 4 times in the 8th, once in the 9th, and a big comeback. St. Louis takes down Miami for the 2nd straight night, and another crushing loss for the Marlins.
Well, Marlins team is going to have to find a way to regroup. Baseball is not a game we used to call it. It's not called friends. Nobody's going to do anything to help the Marlins out. They're only going to have to find a way to help themselves tomorrow night and go out there and get a win.
Sung Hwang Oh ends up saving the game. 6-5 the final. Locker room, post game, Don Mattingly sound, all of that's coming up on Marlins Live.